All right, and welcome to the Métis Nation AGM 2023. Round of applause, bring your hands together. Welcome our MNBC senators. President Smith, President Karen from Métis Nation Council, Vice President Minot, President Fro from MNO, MYBC Chair Sean Devrin, MNO Youth Chair Evan Esalata, MNBC Women's Chair Kate Elliott, Indigenous Languages Commissioner Ron Ignace, MNBC Board of Directors, the MYBC Provincial Representatives, MWBC Provincial Representatives, our Charter Community Representatives, RCMP Sergeant Stephen Peppernutt, and Corporal Paula Hayter. Bring your hands together. And of course, our Métis veterans and our lead jigger there, Sasha Roshan.
Round of applause.
Fantastic. Now that we have our flags raised and our grand entry in the House, we'd like to welcome the Canada anthem. Please. It's Tricia Tucker. Thank you so much, Tricia. Another round of applause. Thank you. Fantastic. So before we begin our opening remarks, Tansay Kiwal, Dishinakashan, Jordan Wanch, Nia Métis. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Wanch. I'm coming in from Vancouver in the traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh, and I'm so honored to be here in this territory. I'll be your MC for the weekend, and I'm honored to join this wonderful community. At this time, I'd like to invite some of our elders up to do the opening prayer. Oh, we have one. Oh, my goodness. And you'll be singing the Métis anthem as well? Yeah. Another round for Tricia!
In the forest, on the river, and across the western plain, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. It's destiny. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. For this new this generation and the future ones to come. With the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. As we build the Métis Nation, as we watch it rise again, our past lost is motivation to inspire our future day. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian.
All right, friends and family, at this time we'd like to do our acknowledgments to the First Nations that have welcomed us into their territory. I'd like to call up Nikki Fraser to start us off in a good way.
You guys are a loud group, hey? Very proud and loud. That was really beautiful. So, Wai Kuhuaitip, you guys can take a seat. Wai Kuhuaitip, Nikki Fraser and Squest, Kamipalakin for Kamloops to Slahwatm. I'm Councillor Nikki for Kamloops, and I'm here representing on behalf of our council and Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, and wanted to give you guys a warm welcome to our beautiful territory in a place that we call home of Kamloops to Slahwatm. Kamloops is the word for where the rivers meet, so if you guys happen to, I don't know if you guys are all from Kamloops or you guys are traveling in from other places all over BC, but if you have the opportunity to explore our little piece of paradise, a place that our people have been taken care of from time immemorial, you'll be able to see why we call this place Kamloops, and it's down at Riverside Park, and you guys can see where the rivers meet. But on behalf of our community, on behalf of our nation, welcome to Kamloops. And I see Cook Biron was in here as well too. He could probably elaborate a little bit more on the language side, but I just wanted to welcome everybody here today. And it was an honor to be able to see you guys do your grand entry and hear you guys sing. I never knew the Métis Nation had a national anthem, so that was really beautiful to hear. And Cook Stetchum for inviting me to participate and see that. I have a little one with me. She was not supposed to be here for a couple more weeks, so she's here with me now, and not even 2 weeks old and she gets some applause, hey? Her name is Nipe, which is Cree for water. But Cook's Gem, everybody, and I hope you guys have a great meeting and a great, successful meeting and doing all that good work you guys are doing for your guys' nation and for your community. I know it's sometimes could be a thankless job, so continue to do that good work for your community, your people, your families, and I hold my hands up to you guys and have a great weekend. And Cook Stetchum for being here. Be it strips.
Big thank you to Nikki Fraser for starting us off in a good way and welcoming us at the territory of her community. Following that, we'd like to invite some elders to start us off with a prayer. Please give a round of applause for Senator Edkins and Senator Huguenorn as they come up to the stage.
I stand. Creator, we stand to honor our ancestors. Thank you, Phil, for honoring our tradition and our nation with our sacred elders table. Wherever it is. We are gathered here today as elders and leaders of our nation and for our communities. Let us celebrate our land and water, the air we breathe, and our Mother Earth. I want to express my gratitude to all the land-based First Nation people for allowing us to work and play in their territory, as I gratefully acknowledge and respect the wisdom, sacrifice, and stewardship, past, present, and future, on whose beautiful, unceded territory of the Ktunaxa and the Shreptic Nations that I reside on. I also honor the rich contributions that they all contributed, and the many Indigenous families who have chosen their areas as home. We honor our hearts and footprints that have crossed these lands for many generations. The First Nations, the Inuit, the Métis. We also honor the spirit of the land, the Indigenous people who have been stewards to and adhere to our natural laws for protecting, nourishing, and embracing us. We have so much to be thankful for. I humbly asked our Creator to guide us with courage to support us as we all work together with spirit, with peace, love, and forgiveness. Yesterday, today, always we stand. Kashi, Anush, and Tidimin. Kichi Timo Yang, Ali Michif Wion. Thank you. May Rich. Amen.
Bienvenue, Tanshi Kiwao. So this is my 20th year. What a sight this is. When we first started, it was a scary picture, but now there is a sense running through these people I've talked to here, and there's pride in this room. We are of mixed cultures. I got a hold of my sister, who lives in Manitoba, and I said, I would like to speak in the Michif French to honor that particular side. So if you'll bear with me, I hope I don't massacre the language too badly. Les langues en Michif, les noms pour moi et mistinasque. Bonji is Dubon Boiru. Culture a besoin d'un langue dont people pour les honneurs. Notre culture, ni nombreuses formes est une culture de respect des traditions de tout. 5,5 fils aux filles aujourd'hui, groupes sont mon toit. Vos dévotions sacrées, suivez la tracée. Demeurez fidèles à l'effort, conservez l'os et agis. Laissez jadis pour vos aïeux. Gardez surtout votre langage. What I said in English was, in the Michif language, my name is Mr. Ness, out of the Cree, Badger. In Bunji, which is a dialect of Michif, where at one time the Highland clearances threw out piles of Scottish people, and they were on my side and descend from them. So the doob is Gaelic for black, or the black one. A culture needs a language to honor it. Our culture has many forms, and it is a culture of respect and tradition for all. The old prayer which followed was one that's been in my family for years. And it's blood of my blood, sons and daughters of my race. That's powerful. Who are today gathered in this room, follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Remain obedient to the faith. Preserve the customs left to you by your ancestors. And above all, keep your language. My bloodline to the Red River settlement is Lejimodier, McMillan, McNeil, Carrier, Parenteau, Allard. Edkins is my adopted name. And if you will, I would like to read something for you. It's all from St. Laurent. Dai chichi michif tue, which in English is, are you Métis, yo? It has taken a long time to rediscover our history, and we still have a long way to go. Before, we lived our identity in silence and solitude, almost as if we were not supposed to be. We sheepishly apologized. We joked and ignored, but now we can be. It is no longer a time of denial or shame. We can study ourselves, our roots, and our origins, our accomplishments, and our dreams. We discover with pride, we formulate with precision, and we proclaim with joy the presence of our identity as we openly celebrate our traditions and culture. Remember that within each one of us, we carry the sacred spirit. It was put there by the Creator. The way we care for the sacred spirit will help us to grow as strong Métis and work together for betterment of all. Above all, our job is to pass us on to each upcoming generation, the young ones, the sacred values we received from our forefathers and mothers. Bless you all.
Thank you so much, Senators, for starting us off in a good way and sharing your words with us. All right, so at this time, we are going to start with our swearing-in ceremony for Region 1 Senators and Region 4 Women's Representatives. Give them a round of applause. Fantastic. Please welcome Senator Pope, Senator Edkins, Region 1 Director Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Community Presidents. And we'll come up to the table here just on the left. Oh, and Lisa Smith, our President, Madame.
I get the honor and privilege of swearing in a good friend. Brother Al, the oath of office and confidentiality. Would you kindly repeat after me? As an appointed member of the Senate for the Métis Nation, British Columbia, I, Alan Thomas Atkins, will acquire and be privy to information which is intended to be confidential and is not to be revealed, disclosed, published, or disseminated to a third party and/or individuals. And I confirm and agree that I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term in office. I will be faithful to the Métis citizens, the Métis communities, and to the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis men and women equal. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and to our Creator on this 22nd day of September 2023 in Kamloops, BC, in the province of British Columbia. What say you?
Will, and let it be so. And before you go, these wonderful people that are surrounding me here are the leaders of my communities, and I have the utmost respect and pride in every one of them. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Congratulations. And next, we'd like to call up Region 4 Women's Representatives, Senator Hugendorn, Michelle Morin, Region 4 Director Deborah Fisher, Métis Women's Provincial Chair Kate Elliott. Give them a round of applause.
The oath of office. I will be faithful to British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the Métis Women, BC. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved by our committee. Faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secrets all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my office to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and will place our nation and our children ahead of myself. This I swear to the Métis people and our Creator. You swear? You swear? I swear. Okay. You can sign it. Okay. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Fantastic. What an amazing group here. So honored to be joining you all. My name is Jordan Watch. I'll be emceeing for the weekends. I'm based in Region 2 in the Coast Salish Territories, and I'm very thankful to be here in Kamloops, Kamloops Territory, and to have them all welcome us here. Big round of applause for our host nation. So at this time, we'd like to begin our opening remarks, and we would like to invite Métis National Council President Cassidy Karen to the stand.
Thank you, Jordan. Tanse Kiowa, good afternoon, everyone. It's so wonderful to see so many of you who I know and have seen over the years, and I'm looking forward to spending the weekend with all of you and getting to know many of you who it's your first time at an AGM for Métis Nation British Columbia. This is just such a wonderful time for us to all come together, spend time together, and do the business of our nation. So first and foremost, I want to thank Councillor Nikki Fraser for welcoming us to her territory here today. And Nikki, if you're still in the room, please pass on my regards to Cook P. Casimir, who I've had the honor of doing some work at the national and international level with. And it's wonderful to be here on Kamloops territory. And thank you so much for the kind welcome to these beautiful, beautiful lands. I also want to say thank you to our senators for starting us off in a good way with that beautiful prayer. And congratulations on your 20 years and another term, Senator Edkins. It's wonderful to see you continuing your dedication to the nation, and I thank you so much for your service. I also want to thank President Smith and the entire Board of Directors at Métis Nation British Columbia, your cabinet, for the work that you're doing to continue to be leaders for Métis Nation British Columbia and advancing the interests of Métis Nation British Columbia here in the province and also at the national and international stage as well. There's been a lot of work that has happened over this last year, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for all of the hard work that you are doing. I really do appreciate so much the opportunity to come to annual general assemblies, and I want to take 1 second for those new citizens in the room to welcome you and to reintroduce myself in case we haven't had the opportunity to meet. My name is Cassidy Karen. I'm the president of the Métis National Council. My family comes from Saskatchewan. I come from the Boucher family, which was one of the first of the 5 Métis families to settle in St. Louis, Saskatchewan. I also come from the Karen family, from the sacred lands of Batoche, and I know many of you had the opportunity to visit those sacred lands this summer, and it's so special to me to go home and to visit those places and to reconnect with the land and spend that time grounding myself to be able to continue to move forward in a really positive way. I am from British Columbia, though. I was born and I was raised in the mountains of Rosslyn, British Columbia, raised by my mother, Anna Karen, with my sister and my grandmother, Marie Odile Boucher, and I got my start here at Métis Nation, British Columbia as the provincial youth chairperson, and it's just so wonderful to come back to these annual General Assemblies, to spend time with you all, and to revisit everybody. I'm just so humbled to come and stand with you and to meet all of you, new friends, new family. Every single time we have the chance to sit and visit, and I know we will during the banquets, I look forward to all of that visiting time. But our annual General Assemblies and the times that we come back together is also time to reflect and take stock on all of the work that has happened within the last year, and also to take stock on all of the work that's going to continue to happen to move the Métis Nation forward in a really positive way. And it's so important that we do stop and pause and think about how far that we've come, because often in that hustle and bustle of the nation building work that we are all doing, it can be really hard to stop and to find time to pause and reflect on the progress and to really celebrate our successes. We can so easily get caught up in challenges. The challenge is so big and so small sometimes, and really, we feel the paralysis of how much work there is left to be done. Because there is a lot of work left to be done. But in order to sustain the momentum that we've garnered so far in our lifetimes, and so the ones who have come before us, we need to stop and we need to celebrate how far we've come. We need to stop and we need to reflect on the dreams of our ancestors. We need to build relationships that will support our goals. We need to spend time visiting with one another, sharing a cup of tea, sharing a meal with one another. And we need to remember where we came from. Because in order to know where we're going, we need to always remember where we came from and remember those really hard-fought battles of our ancestors and all of the leaders who came before us. So this year at the Métis National Council, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary. And we've come a really long way since 1983. And it is truly because of Métis citizens, and it's because of our governing members, like Métis Nation British Columbia, really truly believing in the idea that we are stronger when we work together. Understanding that when we speak alone, our voices are quiet. But when we join together and we share one strong voice, there is no one who can silence us. And the work that we are doing together, the work that we're gathered here to do this weekend, the work that we're all undertaking, this is nation building. We are one Métis nation comprised of several Métis governments who advocate on behalf of the rights and the interests of their citizens. The Métis National Council is a federation of our Métis governments. It's a body that exists to advance our collective issues, the priorities and interests of our Métis citizens, while always respecting the jurisdictions of our Métis governments. This work of nation building, though, cannot be done alone. It's not the job of just one person, and the Métis Nation has never been about one single person. Because it's our 40th anniversary, I've really taken the time this year to spend some time with those who have been involved in the past 40 years, those who were involved in the creation of the Métis National Council. I sought out to hear the stories of why the Métis National Council was created and what intent it truly was meant to serve. People like John Morso, Elmer Ghostkeeper, and your very own Tim Lowe. I haven't seen if Tim is here today, but I hope to get some time to visit with him. The Métis National Council's original founders intended for the Métis National Council to be a space for collaboration, which is why I personally and wholeheartedly believe that that's what needs to be at the forefront of all of the work that we do. And I say this all the time. Those of you who were here last year, I said this last year too. You know, my family comes from a different part of the Métis Nation homeland. For me, my roots are from Saskatchewan, but I was born and raised here in British Columbia. I have family that still reside in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, and I now live and I work in Ontario as a visitor on unceded Algonquin territory. So having the ability, the space to come together, to collaborate, to work together, and to see success for the entire Métis Nation means that our families, spread out all throughout the Métis Nation homeland, can be served to the best of their Métis government's abilities. And over the last 2 years, we've been working together to rebuild the Métis National Council as an organization, as an advocate for you, to raise a strong, credible, Métis-specific voice with the federal government and on the international stage as well. And at the center of all of the work that we do is collaboration. And another really incredibly important aspect of this work that we have and will continue to undertake is relationship building, building strong relationships. There is trust that needs to be rebuilt between families, between communities, with our First Nations kin, with our Métis governments, and with institutions at all levels. And this work needs to be done incredibly carefully because trust is not given out, trust is earned. Relationships take time, commitment, consistency, trust, respect, honesty. All of these things don't come easy, but these are core values to who we are as Métis people, and we need to lead with those values. And I'll be the first to admit again, we still have a long way to go in all aspects of our work. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Changing the systems that we work within every single day to fight for the space for our inherent rights as Métis people to be recognized, to be respected, and to be implemented is work that does not happen overnight. But it is happening. We must stop and celebrate the success and the progress that is being made. And I know the future is bright, and I'm reminded of this every single chance that I have when I spend with our young people. Standing on the shoulders of those who came before us, I know our future is bright. And I'm honored and grateful to have the support of young people across the Métis Nation homeland, and hopefully this week seeing the terms of reference for a Métis National Council, a Métis National Youth Council passed and established. And because of the work with our elders and our youth, I know that this work will continue and will continue to make progress to realizing the dreams of our ancestors. We will get there together, and we are stronger together. As always, I want to take this time once a year to come to this assembly to thank you for your support, for those who call me and check in on me every now and again, and many of you come from British Columbia, to offer support, those who are cheering along in the background. You'll never know how much I appreciate that. And I want to thank all of you for being here, for being engaged, and being here to participate in Métis democracy, wanting to see through positive change for the Métis Nation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to get to these places, but this is what's needed to continue to move the Métis Nation forward. I love being Métis. I love the Métis Nation, and I have so much love for each and every single one of you. Just remember that we have a right to stand proud here today to be Métis, and no one can ever take that away from you. So with that, I want to thank you. I want to wish you a very successful assembly, and I look forward to spending the next couple of days with all of you. Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you to President Karen for her inspiring words and her enthusiasm for continuing to build and connect community. Next, we'd like to invite President Margaret Rowe from Métis Nation of Ontario.
Tanshek wow. How was everyone this morning? I know you're not a quiet crowd. I guess it's afternoon. My apologies. I'm, in fact, in Ontario. It's probably nighttime now. But I wanted to say good afternoon, and I wanted to start by thanking Senator Allen and Senator Betty for the very lovely opening prayers, and of course, to thank the Councillor Nikki from the Tk'emlúps Secwépemc and of course, dear little Nipi for the introduction and the welcome to the Territory. This is a beautiful, beautiful place. So, Kuksjacham for that, if you are still here, Nikki. And what a beautiful territory. It's been a while since I've been out over the mountains. And that last night and this morning, being able to fly over, you just see the incredible beauty and the power of this place. And to all of you that are blessed to live here, congratulations, because it's a very beautiful space. I wanted to say thank you to the veterans for bringing the colors in, for their service, for always being here to stand with us and the nation. I wanted to thank the fiddler and the guitar and the dancer. It's always wonderful to have music and that expression of culture, and of course, to acknowledge all of our senators, all of the elders. I wanted to say thank you to President Smith and Vice President Minot and the entire Council for inviting us here today to be with you and to celebrate your annual general meeting. We've only had a few speakers here, and already I think I found a cousin. So I'm going to be chatting more with Senator Allen later about how we're connected. But it's absolutely an honor to be here today to bring greetings on behalf of our leadership and our citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario to all of you. And in fact, it's been a while since I've been here between there was a year that I had a conflict between that, COVID, and last year I was off with my own personal battle with cancer. It's been a while since I've been here. I'm happy to report I am cancer-free. Thank you. So I'm very happy to be with you today, and so thank you again for the kind invitation. I'm really happy to be joined by our Regional Councillor Mitch Case, who's here, Evan Achtola, who's the chair of our MNO Youth Council, and somewhere in the room is our Chief Operating Officer, Joanne Meyer, who's with us as well, and our chair, Hank Rowlandson, who was with you last year, had planned to be here, but he's dealing with a family emergency. So if you could remember Hank and his mother today, she's, I think, doing quite well, but sending some prayers out that way. As the national president was saying, AGMs are really such a wonderful opportunity to come together to talk about the incredible work that's been done, to hear updates, to ask questions, to visit, to have tea hopefully as well, to talk about the challenges that we're facing, all the work that we have to undertake, and to really come together to chart a path forward, right? And that's, I think, the beauty of our Métis democracies right across the Métis Nation homeland. That's actually coming together in assembly is part of our history. That's part of our traditional form of governance. And it's so wonderful to see that participation in that democracy that President Caron was talking about in her comments. There's always so much to talk about. I'm looking forward to, I'm going to be with you today, and for most of tomorrow, I'm looking forward to hearing the updates, hearing all about your successes, and there is so much to celebrate. And I think we need to make sure we take the time to do that, take the time to acknowledge the work that's been done, the work that we're doing at the national level, working together, and I'm very happy to see we have new leadership. We have restored governance at the Métis National Council. We've restored the work and the respect for the Métis National Council, and we're back at work there. And I think that working especially under that Canada Métis Nation Accord, coming together on sub-accords really does create real positive change in the lives of our citizens. This last week, we marked the 20th anniversary of that watershed Métis rights decision in Powley, just last Tuesday. So for 20 years, we've been living in this era of Métis rights recognition. And I'm mindful of the fact we've got a whole generation of young people that have never known a world where there was not Métis rights recognition. I will say we've all built on that, and we've had great success. And that's led us all the way to negotiating self-government agreements. But But we have a lot more work to do. And I think one of the things that's very important to us is recognizing that we've had that 20 years of recognition. We can never take that for granted. And we have to continue to fight. We have to continue to educate. We have to continue to tell our stories so that Canadians, parliamentarians, other Indigenous peoples, they understand who we are and our history on this land. And of course, we have an important piece of legislation that's going before Parliament this fall, and that is Bill C-53. So I'd invite all of you to, if you want to know more about that, there is a website all about Bill C-53 that explains it. We'd invite all of you to send your letters of support to say, we support Métis self-government. This is the legislation that'll be the cradle for the self-government agreement signed between Canada and the Métis Nation of Ontario, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and Métis Nation of Alberta. And well, while it only impacts our three Métis governments, it'll absolutely set the stage and open the way for Métis Nation of British Columbia and others that are moving forward on asserting Métis rights to self-determination. Huge amount of work to do. I wanted to congratulate all of your leadership for at the provincial level, at the regional, at the local level. I know there's going to be a lot of reports coming over the course of the next couple of days, but so much work that goes into this. And I want to congratulate those that were sworn in today. It really does take all of us working together right across the Métis Nation for us to move our nation forward. I know there have been a lot of successes for the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I cannot speak to all of them today, but I really wanted to comment on the Amelia Douglas Institute and how exciting it is to see that getting off the ground. That work of telling our stories is so fundamental to moving forward in a good way. And I will say it really does take all of us, our leadership, our citizens, our public service, all of us coming together to move our nation forward. The last thing that I wanted to say is we've been watching from Ontario with the very significant challenges thanks to climate change that you've been facing in British Columbia. The story of forest fires is something that we've been watching. We've been sending love and prayers your way, and know that you have family right across the Métis Nation that care for you, and we are here to help. I wish you all good health, and I wish you all a fantastic annual general meeting. Merci.
Thank you very much, President Fro, for your support and for joining us here this weekend. Up next, I would like to invite Royal Canadian Mounted Police Constable Paula Hayter up to the mic. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. I'm old school. I have my little piece of paper here. I want to say good afternoon to everybody, and thank you to those who spoke before me for acknowledging the traditional land that we're on. I'm Corporal Paula Hayter, but more importantly, I am a Lafreniere and a Richard from my dad and my mom. I grew up in northern Manitoba and belonged to the Manitoba Métis Federation there. So lots of good memories from growing up in Manitoba. Currently, I work with Indigenous Policing Services out of Surrey headquarters, and within that, I am the new Métis Community Initiatives Coordinator. I've taken over from Corporal Susan Boyes. So I am super excited to be here. I've sent out a kind of an introductory email, but I'm hoping to be able to build relationships with all of your regions. And I want to talk about how we can work together to best meet the needs of all of your communities and what that looks like for each and every one of you. I'm excited to hear what we can do together. So I have a table downstairs, and I would love I've met so many people already just this morning, but please stop by my table and introduce yourself. I'd like to put a face to a name and vice versa. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. It means a lot. We have, with the RCMP and police in general, relationships to rebuild, and that's what I'm here to do, and I'm excited that you've given me the opportunity to be here. So thank you, and stop by and introduce yourself to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Constable. Up next, we'd like to invite to speak with us is President Mark Dubord from Two Rivers Community. Big round of applause.
My name is Mark Dubord, and I'm a proud Métis. My father was an Order of Canada officer. His uncle, Joseph Gay, was a Silver Jubilee, a memorable Manitoban, and his grandfather was Joseph Abraham Gay, who was also a memorable Manitoban, who gave Louis Riel the horse he fled to the United States on, Truffaut. My son is named Abraham Joseph Gay. I represent, along with the board of Two Rivers, all the Two Rivers people within Kamloops and the surrounding area. We are honored to host this AGM. I really hope that everyone has the chance to fall in love with the beauty that surrounds you in this beautiful area. I really think it's important that we thank the MNBC for organizing this event and consider how much work and effort it takes to bring us all together. I think they've really done a great job. The message I would like to share today is that we are really stronger together. No house was ever been built with a single brick. I encourage you to listen, absorb, and take in the voices of others, and then come to a conclusion. There is no one questioning the passion in this room, the passion for our people. Yesterday to today, this speech completely changed based on the feedback and voices I heard from my Region 3 presidents yesterday. And I want to thank them for having such a great open line of communication between all of us. The message that I really want to send here is keep an open mind, do what's best for our people, and keep our democracy and nation strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for welcoming us, President Dubord. And up next, I would like to invite Métis Nation British Columbia President Lisa Smith up to the
Well, hello, everybody. It's wonderful to be here, wonderful to see so many people. I just want to note the artwork we've been gifting. That's, of course, Lisa Shepherd and Christy Bridgman. That's their work. So I wanted to make sure we acknowledge that. It's beautiful work, and if people haven't seen it, I encourage you to have a look at that. What a day. We've been waiting for this for quite a while. It's so great to be in person again, and you know, with COVID, we're still not used to be back together, but it's just wonderful to be here. So Tanzay, good day, everybody. And it has been a good day already, and I know it's going to be an incredible weekend. I just want to say, on behalf of our Board of Directors, it's our pleasure to welcome you all to our Annual General Assembly. I really want to say a special thank you to all our community leadership in the room today, and that may be online. Your work at community level is just appreciated so much. Community leadership, volunteers, and all of our citizens at the community level, we really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you. I'd like to say Marseille to Senator Atkins and Senator Hugendorn for such a moving opening prayer. Thank you to MNBC veterans and Dumont Scouts for the flag party, and for the fiddler, the jigger, and the beautiful voice we heard singing "O Canada" and the Métis national anthem. That was it was so beautiful to hear it in person, and she has such a beautiful voice. So if you're still in the room, thank you. I'll say thank you to Cassie Caron, our national president, and of course, many of us know she's from British Columbia. She's one of us, and yeah, Region 4. She's from Region 4. And thank you to President Fro, of course, and your delegation for being here. We really do appreciate it. I want to say a special thank you to Nikki for being here with her little tiny baby. It was so wonderful that she showed up, and to welcome us to Kamloops and Schwapnik, unceded ancestral lands. We really honor their inherent rights, and we really thank them for being here, especially Nikki today, and to the Kamloops band for sending a delegate to welcome us all here. I want to make sure we thank our generous sponsors that help make this AGM possible. It is really important that we get sponsors for our AGM, and we truly appreciate the contributions. It's really an honor for all of our board of directors to spend time with you all and hear directly from our citizens, our family. We are all family, and over this weekend, I hope we can all remember who we are as Métis people. And remember, Kawitchatoyak, we take care of each other. Watch out for each other and be kind to each other and treat each other like family. And having said that, I know family fight, but we get over it. But let's be kind. Let's take care of each other this weekend. It's really been my pleasure to be on this board of directors over the past 16 years. In addition to serving as president, I hold the portfolios of Minister of Justice, Intergovernmental Relations, and Minister of Veterans. I really want to express my sincere gratitude for all our veterans, for your sacrifices and selfless service. I really want to say what I say quite often, but I really mean it. I want to thank all our veterans, past, present, and future. So thank you. Also, our national president mentioned that next week in Ottawa, the Board of Governors, which MNBC we sit at, myself or in my absence, our vice president, will be passing the National Youth Committee. What we're also going to be passing is the National Veterans Committee as well. So we look forward to having a National Veterans Committee and bringing everybody together to work together and stay strong. So thank you. So as we get close to Remembrance Day, it's not far off, but it is time for all chartered communities to order your wreaths from your local legion. And every legion has a different protocol for Remembrance Day. So ensure that your communities get your order in for your wreath with your local legion. That's one wreath per region, chartered community, that we will cover the expenses. The Métis Veterans of BC cover the expenses through Métis Nation BC. So please make sure you get your orders in early, because it does get to be a really busy time. So thank you to all the communities who do lay wreaths on behalf of our veterans. And if you have a veteran in your community, please honor them and ask them to participate with you at the service. So as we all know, our government is growing steadily, and we're now proud to represent more than 24,000 citizens living throughout British Columbia. Recently, we've added agriculture and food sovereignty to our Ministry of Environmental Protection. We all know, yep, here we go. I'll just repeat that because I stumbled a bit. I haven't got it quite down yet. Agriculture and food sovereignty. And what that means with climate change and rising grocery costs, food security has been a growing concern amongst our citizens. This summer has seen many community members experience emergency evacuations, wildfires, floods, droughts will continue to impact Métis people throughout the province. We are doing some work to assist. We do have an emergency preparedness committee internal at MNBC. We do everything we can to assist our citizens, whether it's helping them with extra costs when they've been evacuated. We are advocating strongly to ensure that we have funds to do this in a more effective way. We did, over the summer, purchase and distributed 200 emergency preparedness kits to assist our citizens. So we are doing what we can to help each other. In July, we sent a delegation to Batoche and to celebrate the 51st Back to Batoche Festival, which saw its largest attendance ever. I heard numbers about 50,000 people there. It was just incredible. It was huge. It was really wonderful to be there. We will continue to participate in this annual event, and it does provide a welcome boost to our collective sense of identity and nationhood. We do have it's like a small cabin there. Each of the provinces have one. So we get to display what's important to Métis Nation in BC, our Métis citizens' culture, and explain to people what we're doing. So it's a wonderful opportunity to teach others from other provinces what Métis Nation is about and what the lives of Métis people in British Columbia are. This spring, we hosted a gender-based violence consultation in Nanaimo. We had representatives from Métis Women of BC, Métis Youth of BC, and the chartered communities. A final report was submitted to the province in July to help inform the gender-based violence work from a Métis-specific lens. I can't say how important Métis distinction-based approaches. We need that for our people. We need to be recognized in everything and everywhere we go. In June, Métis Youth gathered for 2 in-person meetings and attended the Island Métis Rendezvous in Duncan. It was a weekend full of food and conversation, team building, and culture. If anybody has the opportunity to attend that, it's a wonderful, wonderful event. And thank you to the... Go ahead. Thank you so much to Region 1 for all the work they do to host this. It's really wonderful, so thank you. This year I also attended the McLeese Lake Jamboree, and that was a wonderful event as well. Non-stop music, and the food's great, and they have all kinds of different events going on, from hatchet throwing to knife throwing to bannock bake-off, you name it. You can participate in a lot of different things. So it's a really wonderful event as well, and that's put on by the Métis community in Williams Lake. So we really appreciate all their hard work as well. I'm also proud to announce that our Ministry of Housing and Homelessness, in partnership with the Métis Financial Corporation, has launched the First-Time Homeowners Program. I just want to say that if you stay tuned within the next couple of weeks, we shall be hearing an announcement about the first Métis family to move into their own home through the First-Time Homeowners Program. I can't spill the beans because I don't even know myself who they are, but just keep your eyes. We're very, very proud of that. It has been a long time waiting. Okay, and sorry, I've lost my place. This happens sometimes. We have also completed a social infrastructure facility master plan, which will guide MNBC's housing and social infrastructure investments. We are working on more than 20 projects throughout the province. These include Campbell River, Saanich, Kamloops, Invermere Terrace, Fort St. John, Hudson Hope, and an apartment building acquisition in Region 7 in Fort St. John. Once that's complete, hopefully we'll do a big grand opening. There'll be pictures. It's a beautiful, beautiful building. So we're going to be proud to eventually have Métis people living in that building. Something that's very dear to my heart that we recently just approved is the purchase of a home in the Lower Mainland. It's a second stage housing facility for Métis women and children fleeing abuse. This is the first one in the province, and I hope it's not the last one. We know that the need is so great for our families, for our women, for everybody. And it just warms my heart when I think about this and how far we've come and what we're able to do now. So I'll go on to the United Nations Declaration Act Action Plan. And this was completed and approved by the Government of Canada on National Indigenous Peoples Day. The long-awaited action plan includes Métis-specific measures, and that's so important, that mandates Canada to work more collaboratively with the Métis Nation on agreements that advance self-determination. We continue to push for a self-government agreement with Canada, and we are undertaking a historic community research to prove that we have historical Métis communities in British Columbia. Our team has already conducted several weeks of research in the field, interviewing elders, citizens, and community presidents. And we all know that our children are our future. And one of our board members, and it's Deborah Fisher, I wasn't going to say a name, always says, let's always put the Métis child in the center of the room anytime that we're having deliberations or making decisions or even meeting. Always keep that child in the center of the room and keep focused on why we're here and what we're trying to achieve. It's for our future generations. So while we have many, many early learning and childhood care centres that have integrated Indigenous content, resources and approaches is needed. Our Ministry of Education is working on 7 childcare projects to support culturally safe programming. We are planning to create spaces for 396 Métis children in Surrey, Fort St. John, Terrace, Saanich, Kamloops, Mission, and Campbell River for Métis children up to the age 12. So that's very important, Métis child care centres. So thank you, everybody. Our Ministry of Skills, Training, Employment and Post-Secondary, is called STEPS, is advocating for more flexibility in how our funding is used. Since March, we have supported more than 1,000 Métis clients across the province. We continue to advocate for more funding to move our nation forward. We are also in the final stage of completing a 10-year Michif language revitalization plan, which has been developed with engagement with our citizens. We have also made significant progress in the development of the Amelia Douglas Institute for Métis Culture and Language, including launching its website and social media channels, and are in the process of finishing construction on its physical location at head office. So we are well underway on our own Métis Nation BC Amelia Douglas Cultural Institute. As we heard this morning, our citizenship and registry did presentations this morning. I know many of you were likely traveling and couldn't make it. We have developed a new citizenship relations management system to collect data and manage the sensitive information that MNBC receives. MNBC developed the CRM, so if you hear the CRM, it's the Citizen Relations Management. And I'm just trying to get my tongue around that one as well. It's a customized system to meet the needs of both chartered communities and citizens. There are no external organizations or service providers managing our citizen information. Indigenous data sovereignty is the right of a nation. We have a responsibility to govern the collection, ownership, and application of all the data that we collect. Creating a path forward for citizens, chartered communities to be involved in growing a nation is a priority. And finally, on behalf of our entire board of directors, I'm pleased to announce our strategic plan, our way forward, to all Métis citizens and Métis charter communities across the province. This strategic plan marks a new way forward for our Métis Nation in British Columbia and charts the path we will follow together to a future where all Métis people, communities, and children can thrive. Our Board of Directors and MNBC staff look forward to acting on this plan and supporting the goals of the nation to help bring reconciliation and wellness in all forms to all Métis in BC. Looking ahead, our vision is to build a proud, self-governing nation where all Métis people have access to affordable housing and their healthcare needs are met. We want to see our children raised in their culture. They should never again feel ashamed of their heritage. We remain steadfast in our pursuit of Indigenous governing body status with the federal government to support this work. As I'm getting near the closing of my remarks, I want to thank our incredible staff, led by our CEO Colette Trudeau, who you'll be hearing from, but we have incredible staff. We're so fortunate to have such incredible staff. I can't thank them enough for all they do for us, and we all, our entire board of directors, truly appreciates them. So in my closing, I'll leave you with a photo from a recent BC NDP reception in Surrey, where CEO Trudeau and I met with a very tall David Eby to advocate for, to advocate for our rights in the province. Again, thank you all for coming, and we look forward to working together over the weekend. Marcy.
Another round of applause for Madam President. Thank you for your leadership and for inspiring us all and sharing all the great work that's been going on. And also, wasn't that a great picture? Yeah. All right, so for the next portion here, we're gonna have some video greetings from our friends, family, colleagues, and allies. So please bring your attention to the screen here and wait one moment as our tech team brings up these videos. Standing by.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Kio, anus meeting gawiyai, President and Vice President, your council, and your citizens. Kami umamo apinao, anus tapitoy go, kitumamo, kanigani staguigo, tansigi takamixitsig, tansisi tigaste. Iguachi tansi swistio aganiftu akiano, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, Iguachi, British Columbia. It's always a pleasure to be able to speak to you, although I could not be there with you this assembly, but I look forward to the next assembly that I will try to be there with you to be able to bring the greetings in person. But in the meantime, have a very good meeting. Our relationship continues to grow, and we continue to respect one another and our Constitution, and supportive, being very supportive in regards to the effort that we make to make better lives for our citizens in our own provinces. So I wish you luck. I wish you goodwill in regards to the meeting that you're having. So on behalf of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, thank you very much. Have a good meeting.
Hello, bonjour. Thank you, President Smith and the leadership of the Métis Nation, British Columbia, for inviting me to share a message to the MNBC Annual General Assembly. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person, but I'm pleased to be joining you today from the unceded traditional territory of the Anishtabek Algonquin Nation. Although I can't be there, I want to extend a special greeting as you reflect on the work you've accomplished this past year and set your priorities for the year ahead. I want to begin by acknowledging the devastation from the forest fires experienced by residents of British Columbia. This unprecedented wildfire season is one that will never be forgotten. Ensuring that Indigenous communities continue to receive the supports they require now and into the future is a top priority for our government. That is why emergency preparedness was added as a priority at the permanent bilateral mechanism. We must create solutions together to address climate change, and with your insights and expertise, we will develop a strategy that uniquely responds to Métis citizens' needs to better support your communities. This year's assembly provides a special opportunity to reflect on your history as a strong nation. Despite many challenges, you have continued to advocate for Métis citizens in British Columbia. This has helped change the lives of many Métis and will continue to change lives for generations to come. The leadership of Métis communities such as yours has resulted in significant change in Canada today, and I hope that together we can continue that progress. Your work on the Housing Supports Program has been remarkable. Through it, you have connected more than 800 individuals and families with housing support such as seniors' home renovations, rent supplements, and more. This is a stellar example of what communities can do when they receive the support required to sustain Indigenous-led initiatives. As a new minister, I look forward to continuing the work that my predecessor started. I'm committed to building a stronger relationship with the Métis Nation, listening to your concerns and helping shape priorities. I look forward to working together in full partnership on the initiatives that bring us closer to your vision of self-government. I hope you have a successful assembly. Thank you. Merci.
Premier David Eby here. I'm speaking to you from the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'd like to thank President Lisa Smith and Métis Nation BC for your very kind invitation to speak at your AGM. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you today in Kamloops, but I did want to offer you my best wishes for a successful meeting. As I said earlier this year, I want you to know Métis Nation BC has a strong partner in our provincial government. We're determined to meet the objectives of the UN Declaration through a distinction-based approach. I'm proud of the steps we've taken together. We're going to accomplish much in the months and years ahead. It's so important that we recognize the specific rights, interests, and priorities of Métis people. Of course, I also want to emphasize our commitment to meaningful collaboration to achieve self-determination and reconciliation. Best wishes for a fruitful and successful AGM. I look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you.
A big thank you to all those who took the time to put a video together for us. All right, so as we move on to the next phase, I'd like to acknowledge and introduce Chief Governance Officer John Beaker, who will start us off. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is John Beaker. I'm the Chief Governance Officer of Métis Nation, British Columbia. And for this weekend, I am going to be your AGM clerk. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our two deputy clerks at this time. To my right is Callum Robinson. His day job is Manager of Communications for MNBC, but he is deputy clerk for our AGM. Let's give him a quick round of applause. And over by the sound table, if you could stand, is Nicole Ludwig, Manager Governance, also another deputy clerk. So the three of us will be assisting the Assembly in moving the business forward. We have doled out many roles between watching the people who are joining us online, to make sure that they are recognized if they put their hand up, should they wish to speak. We'll be having some resolutions up on the screens, etc. So we're going to be here to serve you to have a successful AGM. So our first order of business, which is not on the proposed agenda yet, is we are going to have a test vote of the voting systems and also the voting system online with Zoom. Everyone who is in the room who has registered and has confirmed to be a Métis Nation British Columbia citizen has been issued a voting device. Many of them I see have been attached to your lanyards. That's great. It's going to be very hard for you to misplace them if you keep them on your lanyards. So the voting is very simple with the voting devices. When we call a vote and we say that the poll is open, you press the according button based on the directions that will be on the screen. I believe that we are having number 1, it would be in favor, number 2, opposed, and number 3 is abstain. And we will switch that up but make it very clear what you're voting for should the situation warrant that. For the people who are joining us online through Zoom, when it is time to vote, a poll will be pushed onto your screen and it will pop up onto your screen automatically with the 3 options available. Select your option and select confirm. If Zoom requires you to do so, your vote will be cast. The chairs, or in the case of our test vote, I will declare the polls to be closed. We will quickly tabulate the results by putting the results in the room and online together and then announce the final results. All right, I am seeing a lot of nods and or blank stares, so we are ready for a test vote. I believe that we have a test question available for people, so if we could put a test question up on the screen, please. So I see that we're starting out with maybe the most contentious question of the weekend. Is that a hot dog is a sandwich? In favor, oppose, or abstain? So when ready, could we open? Okay, I am told that the voting is open in the room, and has it been pushed out in Zoom? Okay, if everyone could please cast their vote accordingly. When you cast your vote, there is an LED on the voting device that will show that you cast your vote successfully. That's a very good question. Oh, time out. No, question's been called. Okay, hold on a second. It looks like we're having some technical struggles. This is why we have a test vote. Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. I've been told that the voting hiccup that we had has been resolved. So the poll is now open again. So if you are in favor, press A. If you are opposed, press B. And if you are abstaining, press C. And I believe that those are also 1, 2, or 3. When your vote has been cast, you should have a LED flash up to show that your vote has been recorded. We'll leave that open for a bit, and I'll give a 10-second warning. We'll close the poll. I also understand that the poll is still open on Zoom. We'll give a 10-second warning, close the poll, and then we'll announce the results. All right, 10 seconds if you have not voted yet. Please vote now. Okay, the poll has been closed. Please wait a second so that we can see the results in the room and also online. Please approach. Approach more, Dean. Just come here.
If I made the wrong vote, how do I fix that? So what I'm saying is, all of a sudden, this is a good sound. So somebody's voting and they wanted to actually vote yes, and they go, "Oh, what? I hit 2, which is a no." Can you reverse that, or is it too late?
That is an excellent question, and thank you for bringing that up. I am going to look to our technical people, but I believe that while the polling is open and you have pressed 1, if you press the other, your vote will change as long as the poll is open. We have a thumbs up. So as long as the poll is open, you can change your vote. Once the poll is closed, it is a final vote. Is the last pressed? Okay, so the final results have been compiled. If I could have those projected onto the screen, please. That is a lovely picture. There we go. So we have 34 votes in favor, 47 opposed, 9 abstentions. A hot dog is not a sandwich. All right, thank you for that, and it's good that we saw some hiccups hopefully resolved for that right now. So, now to the serious business at hand. So, as of 2:15 today, I checked with the registration desk and I've confirmed that 167 delegates are in person. Callum, how many people do we have online currently? Microphone, if you want. So we have 24 delegates online. According to the MPCBC bylaws, we require a quorum of 36 citizens to conduct business. I can confirm that we have a quorum. Let's conduct some business. Our first item of business is to fill the 2 chairs to my right. We need a chair or a co-chair for the AGM. I would like to declare nominations open for the position of either AGM chair or co-chair. I recognize the person at the microphone. If you could open by stating your name, charter community, and who you're nominating, sir.
Walter Minnault, Vice President of Métis Nation of BC. I want to nominate David Peltier and Carmen Carrier.
Thank you. And to clarify, you want them to be co-chairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I will ask, is David Peltier in the room, and do you consent to the nomination? Yeah, that's Dave, okay. Carmen Carrier, are you in the room and you accept the nomination as well? Thank you. So we have David Peltier and Carmen Carrier nominated as co-chairs. I recognize the person at the microphone there. Please open by saying your name, community, and who you'd like to nominate, please.
Cheryl Dodman, Kelowna Métis Association, and Walter stole my thunder. I was going to nominate Carmen Carrier as co-chair.
Okay, so Ms. Carrier has been nominated twice. She will show up on the ballot once, but Carmen has already consented to the nomination, but thank you, Ms. Dodman. Are there any other nominations for AGM chair? Are there any other nominations for AGM chair or co-chair? And Callum, is there anyone looking to be acknowledged online? This is the final call for nominations for AGM chair and co-chair. Nominations are now closed for AGM chair, as we have 2 nominated candidates for the co-chair position. I hereby declare that Carmen Carrier and Dave Peltier have been accepted unanimously as AGM co-chairs. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Come on up, chairs.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Dave Peltier. I want to thank Walter Minnault, Vice President Minnault, I don't know where he is, for the nomination. I appreciate it, as well as nominating my co-chair, and Cheryl as well, for nominating my co-chair, Carmen Carrier. I'm looking forward to working with Carmen this weekend, as well as our clerks, and working for the nation and getting the business of the weekend through. This is my, I don't know, maybe 4th or 5th time being able to have the opportunity to chair the AGM here, and I always take it serious and with the honor that the community, the nation puts in me to guide them through the meeting, and so I want to thank them again for allowing me to do this work. I'll turn it over to my co-chair for any comments.
Tanshe, my name is Carmen Carrier. Thank you, Walter and Cheryl, for the nomination and the trust. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Region 2 Women's Rep, and my family roots are from the Red River. My family names are Carrier, Hamlin, Parenteau, Vandel, St. Germain, to name a few. And I know I've got many cousins out there, so please come and introduce yourselves. And I am learning in this role, so I ask that you bear with me, and I'm going to be taking my lead from Dave, and thank you again for your trust. Let's have a good meeting.
Thank you, everyone. And so with that, we will now call the meeting to order. And the first item will be to adopt the agenda for our AGM. That being said, we are running on Métis time a little bit this afternoon. I know some people have taken the advantage of going out to get some refreshments and have a little bit of a health break, but not everyone has. And so we're going to take until 3:10. We'll be back at 3:10 to start with the business of the AGM, but we will go on a health break, stretch those legs, and be back ready to go at 3:10. Thank you. If we could have everyone take their seats, and then we will see if we have quorum, and then we'll proceed with the first item, the adoption of the agenda. So if you can have your seats, please. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we've got quarter after, so we are going to start. I'm going to turn it over to our clerks to confirm that we have quorum. Mr. Beaker?
So doing a quick peruse of the room, I say that we have more than 36 people in the room with us right now. Callum, how many people do we have online? We have 21 people online. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So I hope everyone has a copy of the 2023 annual report. This is the AGM kit that we'll be using throughout the weekend. You will see on page 1, not the first page, but actual page number 1, it's called Draft Agenda MNBC 2023 AGM Agenda. So please go take a look at that. The agenda covers the 3 pages, and please review, and we're going to look to adopt the agenda. I'm going to suggest, as part of that, you will see what had been scheduled for estimated for 2:15, the adoption of the agenda and the motion to adopt the AGM standing rules. Those rules will show in a moment. But at 2:50 and 3 o'clock, there's also the motion review and adopt 2022 AGM minutes, and then the financial statements overview. I'm going to suggest switching the order of the review of the minutes and the financial statement overview, since we do have our chartered accountant present already, and we're a little bit behind, so it's I think respectful to try to get to that. And then we can deal with the voting. So I will turn it to the mic, and one of the things we'll get to in a little bit later, but we want to be addressing both in person and online. And we do have the help with to address if there's a hand raised online as well. So Chair recognizes the first speaker here to my right, and if you could just introduce your name and which community you're from for the record. Thank you.
My name is Vince Van Waringen. I'm a good standing citizen of the Fort St. John Métis Society, but unfortunately due to some lateral violence, I'm not here on their behalf. I'm more here for representation of some citizens of Region 7 that I know. So my questions will come from the Region 7 membership set for MNBC. First, I have a point of information that I would like to ask on behalf of them. Point of information is regarding the resolutions timelines and being provided. According to the standing rules, this meeting will be running in accordance with the relevant provisions of the BC Societies Act, MNBC bylaws, and Constitution. My point of information is going through MNBC bylaws and Constitution, there is no time frame for the resolutions to be provided, thus probably going to the Societies Act. Just a point of information, if that could be clarified on how that is presented to the citizens.
Sure, and if I could just have some clarification, just so I understand your question. When you're mentioning the resolutions, are you meaning the resolutions 1 through
10? Yes.
1 through 10. Okay, thank you. Just give us a moment.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. For the notice requirements for the AGM, these are referred to in the MPCBC bylaws. Bylaw 3.3 says that annual general meetings require 14 days notice to members. Also, because we do have a couple of constitutional amendments as well, and should any of those constitutional amendments look to amend the MPCBC bylaws, in this proposed business there are none, those require either between 15 or 30 days notice. I can confirm to the citizen inquiry that notice was posted on the MNBC website I think 32 days in advance, and we also sent out notice to the email list of all citizens. I understand that maybe not all citizens have email, but we did send notice out to all citizens through that email list at the same time. Under the Societies Act, by putting it on our website and also sending out to an email, we have satisfied our notice requirements.
Perfect. It wasn't a contention, it was just a point of information, just so it was that I didn't see it in the bylaws or constitution, so thank you.
Thank you for your question. Now, we're looking at the agenda, and as I said, there's perhaps some suggestions, but we do need a mover and a seconder to consider the agenda. So I will recognize the speaker to my left.
Yes, Deborah Fisher, Region 4 Director for the Kootenays. I'd like to make an addition to the agenda, if I so could.
We need a mover and a seconder to have it on the table for discussion, and then we can consider amendments or changes. So if you wish to move.
So I'm going to move it.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. And I think just so we've got the record, because we are recording, so I don't recall if you introduced yourself.
I did.
Thank you.
Deborah Fisher, Region 4, Kootenay.
Thank you. And if I can get you to introduce yourself again, just for the seconding.
Vince Van Weringen, Region 7.
Thank you very much. So we do have the agenda before us, the draft agenda, and now I'll recognize you again for a possible amendment.
Thank you. I would like to include or add a resolution declaring that we will exercise our inherent right and jurisdiction over our Métis children and youth in the child welfare system in British Columbia.
Okay, so you're wishing to add a resolution for discussion within the agenda, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you've provided a copy to the clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have a copy of that resolution?
We do have an electronic copy of the resolution, and I believe that it is up on the screen right now. And this is the be it resolved part of it if everyone wants to take a quick look.
All right, if I can have Minister Fisher just, so as part of that, wishing to add it to the agenda, is there a spot within the agenda that you're wishing to add that?
Yes, if we could do it Sunday morning, please.
Sunday morning?
That would allow time for discussion.
Sure, with that, wish to add that after Resolution 10 on Sunday morning?
First thing.
First thing, okay. So at 8:30 is the proposed addition, 8:30 on Sunday. Okay. Do we have a seconder for that amendment to the, and I've got someone coming to the microphone, and I know I've seen hands, which is great. I know there's lots of people. Because we're wanting to record it and have for a record, and I saw you at the microphone first.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association, I second.
Thank you very much. So this then we have to be added to the agenda at 8:30 on Sunday, September 24th, 2023. Now I'll open it up for discussion. This is not to discuss the resolution itself, but whether or not the Assembly wishes to add this to the agenda. Is there anyone that wishes to discuss that aspect? Not seeing anyone. Okay. So I'm going to use one of my favorite tools in this job. It's called unanimous consent. It's essentially consensus building, and it also a way to speed things forward that we can where there may be instances where there is consent. So I'm going to ask if there's any objection to having it added to the agenda. If there's any objection, just raise your hand. That'll indicate that we don't have unanimous consent, and then we'll go through a proper full vote whether or not to add. So is there any objection? And I'll ask if there's any, at this time you can raise your hand online if you have any objection to adding this resolution to 8:30 on Sunday. Not online, give another 10 seconds. I see a hand up. Okay, so we don't have unanimous consent, which is fine. That means we'll proceed to a vote. That'll give us some time or chances to practice in using our voting system. So I'm not seeing any further discussion, so I will turn it over to our clerk. When they are ready, that'll be open for voting. It'll be the same process. 1A is in favor, 2B opposed, and 3C to abstain, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Clerk for when that is open and ready to go. And the similar poll, when it's ready on Zoom, will be advised.
Can you say that again? 1, 2, 3.
So 1 is in favor. So it's 1 or A, so it's pretty much the same. So if you look at the voting thing, it'll say 1/A. That will be in favor, B oppose, and C or 3 abstain. So we'll try to keep that consistent throughout the weekend with just so everyone's familiar, it'll be favor, oppose, abstain. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Clerk.
And I will look to the tech table to give me a thumbs up when the voting is open in the room and online. Voting is now open. Please cast your vote accordingly. 1A in favor, B opposed, C abstain. On Zoom, also as well, please select which one you want. Okay, I will give a 10-second warning for polling. Please cast your vote now if you have not done so. Polling is now closed. Thank you. We have the tabulated results. Let me put them onto my screen. If we could have the final results displayed, please. 78 in favor, 9 opposed, 8 abstentions.
Thank you. So that resolution has been added to the agenda for consideration. We still haven't passed the agenda itself. And so I was going to suggest, I did make a suggestion, I'm not sure if anyone wants to take it up, of switching the motion to review and adopt the 2022 AGM minutes with the financial statements overview. But I do see someone at the microphone, and I will recognize the individual to my right.
Vince Van Weringen, Region 7. Would like to put the motion that we move the Board of Directors Town Hall from Sunday at 9:55 a.m. to first thing tomorrow morning. My reasoning for this is that we're running behind. We just added another resolution, and we'll probably end up pushing through that. We have a lot of questions on the information that was presented today by our President Lisa Smith, as well as the board reports that we would like to make sure are asked, especially moving into an election year next year.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, what was the time you were suggesting for tomorrow?
We'd go with the 8:30.
8:30, thank you.
You bet.
I will ask for someone wishing to second that, and I do see someone at the, please introduce yourself just so we have it for the record.
I'm Marie Zwingli from the Kamloops Two Rivers Charter Community, and I'd like to second that motion, please.
Thank you very much. So we now have that motion to change the Sunday Board of Directors Town Hall to tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you, and I'm just going to make a suggestion, just because we're looking at the different times that have been suggested in the agenda, that we schedule that for an hour and a half, if it were to pass for tomorrow morning. Is that agreeable, just so that we do have the other business as well, and then we can have a hard stop at that? Is that agreeable?
So you're looking for 8:30 until 10 tomorrow morning? Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I'm going to just see if we have unanimous consent. If there's anyone objecting to that change or that amendment, please raise your hand, and then we'll proceed to a vote. Otherwise, we can, oh, I see a hand up, thank you. So we will proceed to a vote whether to amend the agenda by moving the Board of Directors Town Hall from Sunday 9:55 to tomorrow morning at 8:30 for an hour and a half, so 8:30 to 10. So once that's ready, I'll turn it over to our clerk. But again, 1A will be in favor, 2B opposed, 3C abstain to add this to the agenda for consideration. Again, we haven't yet passed the agenda. This is just amending the draft agenda. Yes, we'll need about 60 seconds.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can we have discussion on that?
Yes, sorry, yes, we can.
Great. Well,
I didn't see anyone coming to the mic, but yes, we can certainly have some discussion.
I would love to just, as a secondary, bring up that, there is so many great things happening with MNBC and things that are going on, that there's a lot of conversations that need to be had prior to that, and pushing it into Sunday, we may not be able to get to it, right? We've added resolutions, we've added other things onto it, we are running behind, we're all Métis, so we like our coffees and our treats, and we don't want to lose our breaks. So just a lot of questions, and that's all the discussion I have, so thank you.
Thank you. And certainly open to anyone else wishing to discuss. Otherwise, once our deputy clerk advises us she's ready, then we'll be able to proceed.
Sorry, I just got a question for you. This is Mark DeBoard from the Two Rivers. I'm just noticing you want to change it from 8:30 to 10, so make that an hour and a half, when on the previous tomorrow it's only for an hour. Just want to make sure you did that on purpose.
Yes, thank you for that question. I was just looking on the Sunday agenda. It was originally scheduled from 9:55 to 11:45, so slightly more than an hour and a half. And so the reason I was suggesting, okay, no problem.
I think this is a good point, time to point out that our estimated agenda times are both in Pacific time and also Mountain time for our Kootenai residents who may be joining online. If Mr. DeBoard could get a small gift for being the first to point that out, that would be greatly appreciated.
I'm just happy it wasn't me that got this first time.
Polling is open. Ten seconds, if you could cast your vote if you have not done so already. Polling is now closed.
Yeah, come to the microphone, please. Point of clarification.
Richard Lewis, elected leader, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm wondering if we can have the what we're voting on up on the screen, the statement, if we could. Thank you.
Sure. The difficulty, obviously, this one, it wasn't, we don't have a prepared one. It was just to change the location on the agenda. So not a specific, it was to change the location within the agenda, so we didn't have it written as this one. But that will, certainly for any other proposed amendments, we'll try to get that up on the screen. And certainly since we've already opened voting.
So we have the results tabulated. 87 in favor, 29 opposed, 7 abstentions.
Thank you. So that amendment is added to the agenda. And do we have any more amendments? And I see Director Harriet.
Danche, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I'd like to move an amendment to flip the position of the minutes and the auditor's report in the agenda. Our auditor is here and respecting his time. If we could do that, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
Hi, Linda Van Weringen, Region 7. I second that motion.
Thank you very much. We'll go a third try, see if we can get unanimous consent. Is there any objection to flipping those two items within the agenda that would be coming up to quite quickly? Any objection? Raise your hand, and that also goes for online. Not seeing any. Okay, thank you. So we have unanimous consent to make that minor adjustment. Thank you very much. And so are there any others? Or at this point, if there are no more additions, then we will move to adopting the agenda. I'm not seeing anyone coming up to any of the microphones. All right, so we will move to the adoption of the agenda as amended. I'm going to go for, Yeah, I see someone coming to the microphone. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Tabitha Berggren, Catholic Métis Nation. Yeah, I just want to move to accept the agenda as amended.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to try this again. If we have unanimous consent to adopt the agenda as amended with the 3 amendments that were discussed, is there any objection to adopting the agenda as amended? As well as online, please use the hand raise function. Not seeing any hands coming up yet. Not seeing any hands in the room. 5 more seconds. All right, thank you. So the amended agenda passes. I want to thank everyone for that. The next item is a motion to adopt the 2023 AGM standing rules. You will find those, and I'm sure they'll probably be put up, but you'll find them on page 4 of the kit. And what I'll do is I'll turn it over to our clerk to go through those, and then we will be able to discuss that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the AGM standing rules that are proposed in front of you, for anyone who has attended any AGMs or MNGAs in the last couple of years, these should be very familiar to you. We have made no substantive changes to the standing rules. First off, only MNBC citizens are entitled to speak and vote at this meeting. That has happened through the registration desk, and citizens have the beautiful yellow citizen lanyards. A citizen who is attending the meeting in person, wishes to speak, will approach the microphones. We have 2 in this aisle, 2 in this aisle, or have a microphone brought to them. If that's going to be a struggle for you to get to the microphone, I'd like you to please put your hand up and wave it. One of our community services team will bring a wireless microphone to you so that when you are recognized by the chair, you can speak from your chair. And also open by stating their name and charter community so that you can be identified. A citizen who is attending the meeting virtually and wishes to speak, use the raise hand function in Zoom, wait to be recognized by the chair. You'll then be unmuted, and then you open by stating your name and charter community. As much as possible, the chair alternates between recognizing virtual speakers and in-person speakers. This is to make sure that for people who are attending and participating virtually, they can participate equally to the people who are here present in the room. On each issue of or motion, a citizen will be entitled to speak up to 2 times for no longer than 2 minutes each time. Generally, when we get further into the proceedings, we start using the stopwatch. Speaking a 3rd time or longer than 2 minutes will require permission from the Assembly. If you have a question when you are recognized and have the floor, you may ask 1 follow-up question within the same 2-minute time slot. To speak a 2nd time on the same motion or an agenda item, a citizen must wait until those who wish to speak to it on the 1st time have done so. So if you have already spoken, other people who have not spoken yet on the motion will take precedence in being recognized by the chair, and the chairs will be keeping a list of recognized speakers. Debate must be related to the pending motion or agenda item. If we do have a lot of people wishing to speak to an item, we might say that the right-hand microphones are for people against the resolution, and the left hand is for people for, so that we can keep debate balanced as well. Rule number 10 is written as previous question is not in order prior to 30 minutes of discussion on a motion or agenda item unless approved by unanimous consent. I'm going to simplify that wording for you, and I chuckle because I wrote this. We're not going to entertain a motion of question if people are still at the microphone unless we've had 30 minutes of discussion. If the microphones are empty and we're ready to vote, we will then entertain question by unanimous consent. But if people are at the microphones, we're going to have discussion on any item on the floor open for at least 30 minutes before somebody can say, I'd like to call question and end debate. And then the last one, it should go without saying, but we'll say it. Speakers must observe decorum, must avoid personal attacks and disorderly or discourteous behaviors, and are expected to help maintain a safe and respectful meeting environment. That's actually probably one of the most important standing rules that we have over here. we want to encourage dissenting views if they are put forward politically, because in my opinion, that is how democracy works best. So if we're kind towards one another, we're going to have a very successful AGM, and we're going to be able to have a diversity of views presented. So there's your standing rules.
Thank you very much. And these standing rules have been really helpful, I think, in the last few years in fostering, I think, healthy discussion. Obviously, there's passion within our community and our nation, and so we want to foster that, but also make sure that it's a space where people can express their opinions on a particular item, and have those opinions heard and considered, and then everyone having all of the best information or the information available to make the decision that each individual feels is best for them. So I will ask if we have a mover and a seconder with regards to the standing rules. I do see one speaker, and I recognize the speaker to my left.
Tanshe, hello, my name is Brooklyn Chalmers. I am Region 1's youth representative, and I would like to move this motion.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Oh, and we've got one online. Yes, Steve Arnett. So thank you. We'll mark Steve Arnett as seconding. And so it is open for discussion. If this is, if anyone wishes to speak to this motion, that includes online. Just raise your hand, and we'll observe there and be able to open up to that. Not seeing anyone, and not seeing anyone coming up to the microphone. Richard, you're okay? You're not coming up? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone coming up. We will then, again, we'll look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the standing rules as presented? Any objection? Just show a quick raise of your hand. If so, then we'll go to a vote. Or same with online, just use the raise hand function if there's any objection to the adoption of those standing rules. Not seeing any online, not seeing any in the room. So those pass as adopted with unanimous consent. Thank you very much, everybody. And so we will move on to the financial statements overview. Presentation by Manning Elliott Chartered Accountants, with the Q&A session to follow. So do you want to invite?
And I see that he is already making his way up to the podium, but we have with us Jeffrey Hunt with Manning Elliott Accountants. Is that the right? Close enough, I've been told. If we could give Jeff a welcome, please. And we'll have his presentation up momentarily. I just want to say this is the fun part of today.
Oh, there we go. Hello. Oh, so hello everybody. I know you guys have been seeing me for quite a few years, but my name's Jeffrey Hunt. I never like to introduce myself this way, but I am your auditor. I'm here today to present the financial statements. My job, of course, is, and we'll walk through it, is to provide an overview of the financial statements and not provide op-ed, but I will provide some commentary as we go through. Delighted to have questions. I drove up here from Chilliwack today, so might as well make it worth my while. I have a few questions. I actually appreciate it. It was a shorter drive than the usual Richmond hotel, so it's not bad at all. So for those that want to go along with the financial statements, thank you. They are on page 38 of the AGM package. The slide deck that I'm going to go through It does have page references. We will bounce around a little bit, but hopefully able to follow along. As the clerk mentioned, definitely the highlight of every AGM is the financial statement presentation. So I'll fire away through it. So what I'm hoping to do today is to walk through in an hour or less, or something shorter than an hour, walk through the financial statements, but also the responsibility of my firm. So our firm is engaged by the membership to undertake an audit of the financial statements and render an opinion. Want to walk through what that means for the members, and then of course the findings of our audit procedures and our report. I'm then hoping to go through the financial statements, which includes the statement of financial position. I've highlighted some of the footnotes of the financial statements that I think are both, I don't know if I want to use the word exciting, but exciting and definitely worth a look at, as well as the statement of operations or statement of profit and loss. So I think at some point I'm probably going to ask the membership to clap, because it's a pretty good story we're going to tell this year. And you know, I've been, I think it's been 12 years now I've been involved as your auditor, and so each year it's gotten better and better, but the story just kind of, as we've gone along with the journey, it's been quite good. So up in front of you right now, I'll try to get my notes to go through. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay? Good. Can we go back a slide? Good stuff. So these are my firm, not me personally, but my firm's responsibility as your auditor. So we come in, and it would be remiss not to thank the two ladies at the front here who are the finance department. It's a lot of work. We do a tremendous amount of verification procedures, which does take the time of the finance team, so thank you. We come in and we do gather evidence to support the financial statements. Based on that work, which is both verification of underlying accounting records as well as an understanding of internal control systems, we issue an opinion. And the opinion is whether the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with not-for-profit accounting standards. My professional standards require me to be an independent auditor, so I'm not a member, I'm not involved in the organization, completely independent, so that I can issue that independent auditor's report. It's important to note, and as the questions come up, a lot of the questions I'll defer to Anna, but management is responsible for the financial statements themselves. The operating results are not my firm. We're simply here to provide an independent opinion that they are fairly presented. So what you're seeing, you can trust is accurate. And there it is. So there's the independent auditor's report, or at least one paragraph of it, the most important paragraph I would say, which is the firm's opinion. I'd highlight that it's a clean opinion. We have positively attested that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. As I mentioned, I'm going to go through the statement of financial position. Having that over there is super helpful, as well as the statement of operations. So, going to go through, this is the full picture of the statement of financial position. I'm going to go through assets and liabilities, as well as equity. Then I'm going to move on to the statement of operations. As I go through the statement of financial position, there are some numbers that I'll highlight. Of course, if there's any other questions, I'll go through it as well. So I always talk about the statement of financial position as a picture. Like if you took out your iPhone and took a snapshot of the assets, liabilities, and equity of the organization, this would be the picture. Because this is a picture, it's at a point in time. This case is March 31st, 2023, so the fiscal year end. The statement of financial position is ordered in order of liquidity. So you can see there's current assets, long-term assets, and then of course, enduring assets like collections. I'd highlight that the total current assets, we'll get into it a bit, but continue to go up. Last year, there were 51.9 million. This year, 78.3 million. So quite significant, and a corresponding increase in total assets from 71 million to 99 million. Next year might be over 100. So what I would highlight for the membership, statement of financial position, of course, is a snapshot. This is a picture graphically of the composition of the assets. Substantively, or most of the assets are held in cash or near cash items. So those short-term investments are GICs, held for safekeeping, as well as cash in bank account. And then you can see there's also been quite a significant investment in what we call fixed assets or enduring assets, lands, buildings, leasehold improvements, equipment. During the year, quite a significant increase, or over the last 2 years, in fixed assets. So you can see here, should have probably had my eyes checked, but you can see here, total assets went from 17, call it 18 million bucks to 19.1. There was additions to land in Hudson Hope. There were additions to property and equipment for the head office, as well as a further continuing investment in computer software. And then finally, there are homes being constructed across the province. I believe there's 5, which accounts for the majority of the fixed asset additions. If we look at the other side, often called the bad side of the balance sheet, liabilities, it as well is ordered in order of liquidity. You can see majority or substantively all of your liabilities are not actually third-party liabilities. They're deferred revenue and deferred capital contributions. What this is funding that's been received from outside sources. It's held and deferred or not recognized as revenue until such time as it's spent. I mentioned on the balance sheet there was $75.5 million of cash. Most of that cash is spoken for future program expenditures. Total deferred revenue is $74.2 million. And then, of course, there's deferred capital contributions, which are amounts received for purposes of purchasing fixed assets. There you go, a graphic picture of what the liabilities look like. I think I'm going to actually have to flip to my notes finally. So I mentioned deferred revenue, $74 million. So during the year, we had there was $49 million carrying forward. An additional $30 million was received, not yet expended, and then $4.6 million was expended on program funding. I think for the membership's benefit, that balance of $74 million is specifically earmarked from outside funders. $22 million for housing, $25 million for early childhood learning, $9 million for skills training, and $7.5 million for central services. There, of course, is further amounts deferred, but those are the big balances that are sitting there. Do I have it? Next slide is the deferred capital contributions. I'm just going to flip through that one quickly. All I would highlight is that there was $2.2 million of additions, capital additions. Those were fully funded in the year, meaning there was government funding for purposes of those acquisitions. Here's the one where we might want to clap, I'm not sure. So this is the breakdown of the net assets of the organization. There's an endowment, so that's monies held specifically for tuition, bursaries. There's invested in capital assets, which are amount of capital or monies that have been put into fixed assets, and then the residual is unrestricted. I became your auditor or started working on your account in 2011, and it's always been in a deficit. This is the first year that I can come up here and say, for 2023, all of past deficits have been reversed or removed, and you have an operating surplus of $289,000. So. I know it seems unbelievable that I've been on the account since 2011, but. So I've got a slide, and I had one of my team do this. They did it a bit backwards, but you can see it goes the opposite way you think it would go. 2023 being the newest, or the most recent year, but if you look back only to 2019 and 2020, functionally the organization didn't have any equity whatsoever. So a big change over the last several years. So the statement of operations is actually 7 pages long. It's what we call, what I would generally refer to as a P&L or profit and loss statement, is broken down by program. Don't usually see that. I know the membership loves to see it. We've kept it on the same basis. This is the final page of the statement of operations, and it has the income for the year. I talked with the board. I think it's super interesting or important to understand where the surpluses come from. I mentioned that you receive funding and then you expend it on specific programs. Those will always, or should always, unless things are kind of going sideways, they should always match. So then when you have a surplus, how would that arise? It's from 3 separate functions. So the first one is you receive funding specifically for administration charges, 10 to 15%, depends on the contract. The amounts that was allocated to admin was actually more than the admin charges that were incurred. So that resulted in about $285,000 of that surplus. During the year, there's been a lot of economic development activity. There's now, I think, 8 joint ventures that produced 470, let's see how good my memory is, 421,000 of the surplus. And then the gift shop itself produced a surplus of 50,000 to make up that total of 736,000. So a nice size surplus for the year. I would highlight that that's substantially outside of contract funding, what we would call own source or self-generated surplus. Finally, I think this of course is of interest. The P&L itself, or the statement of operations, goes by program. This is done by what we would call function or a format that's easier to see. You can see there's been a significant increase from $52.7 million of expenses to 64.6. The increase, or the biggest increase, are for supplies and services, salaries and benefits, and travel and meetings. So there's been a tremendous amount of hiring during the year, obviously. Supplies and services will be a function of the fact that you've received more funding, and so you're expending it on your programs. And then in 2022, the majority of that year, nobody was traveling. So there's obviously a big, as people, as the communities start to come in and vice versa, there's been a lot more travel. And then finally, you can see, and this looks, I work with a lot of tribal councils, First Nations. So this looks, what you would expect to see, the majority of the expenses on salaries and benefits and program delivery. So it's a good graphic design. 89% of the expenses on those 2 items. And I guess for summary, unmodified clean audit report, which of course is super important. It's required by a lot of your funders. And then, as I mentioned, a continually improving financial position, a strong balance sheet with good liquidity. That's it.
So we do have opportunity for questions. So if you wish, please come up to one of the microphones, and again, just introduce yourself when you're recognized. And I recognize the speaker to my left.
Vince Van Waringen, Region 7. I'm wondering, is that P&L report that you had in here that you just showed, the slide?
It should be. It would be starting on page 38 of the report. I believe that's the case. And then it would follow the statement of financial position, then there would be a statement of equity, and then yeah.
38.
It would start on page 44.
Okay, beautiful. If it's in there, I'll find it. I trust your word. Thank you.
Any other questions for Auditor while we've got him here? Oh.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association. Quick question, the joint venture returns of $421,000, is there any way to obtain the information of the original amount of investments as an aggregate? Thank you.
Of course, David, thank you for the question. It's the best answer you'll ever get, which was there was no investment made. So you don't see those on the financial statements because there was no money put in by Métis. They're a joint venture agreement where just a partnership between a third-party company and the nation itself. If I do go on, sorry. If you want details of it, there are actually pretty good footnotes in the financial statements. It'll be following the statement of cash flow. They'll start the footnotes, and it gives an explanation of all 8, both the contractual arrangement and the participant in the joint venture.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sid Pelche from Kamloops. Just curious, you never mentioned interest income. I was just wondering how that was recorded and where it might be, and perhaps a number as well. Thank you.
Oh, I should have said questions. I love them, just not really hard ones. So obviously during the year, you're sitting on a tremendous amount of cash. I know the numbers, so the return on your GICs are between 5 and 5.4%, so we're really good. I know that the interest income shows up in the schedule of admin schedule. I just don't have the number just off the cuff. I don't know if Anna has that. But Anna's saying she can get you that number. My apologies.
My question, thank you.
Vince Van Waringen, Region 7. Question, and could you point out where in the financial statement it states the amount for consultants, consultations, expenditures on that by chance?
It won't be in the financial statements themselves. It'll be in one of the line items in your expense schedule, very back. But it won't necessarily have that. I don't know if that's a number. I would defer to management about distributing that number. But it is why don't I pull it up? Is it going to work? It's in this, and it will be, for the most part, in the consulting and professional fees.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Just want to highlight that my firm did not charge $2.1 million.
Thank you. Speaker to my right.
Marie Zwingli from the Thompson Two Rivers Chartered Community. I see on page 42 that we have quite a good surplus happening there. On page 42, there's a good surplus of 98,000, or what? 98. But anyway, there's a good surplus. That's as of March 31st. Is there any way that you can, and maybe somebody on the panel can give us an up-to-date, present-date number, financial number?
Hi everyone, my name's Anna Mayone. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at MNBC, and I don't have the current numbers. We will be analyzing our Q2 numbers very shortly, so I will have a better idea at that time what our present surplus looks like.
Any other questions for either our auditor or our director? Yep, go ahead.
Vanessa Masters, Region 2, Surrey Delta. In your presentation, and unfortunately I didn't get my hands on one of the annual reports as they had run out, but you had referred to essential services. Did you say essential services? Sorry, can you?
Central services.
Central services,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And what does that entail?
Central services entails most of our headquarter activities. They involve our operations. They involve our people and culture department, our finance department, our intergovernmental relations, our communications department. So there's a number of departments that fall within our central services, and they serve all of our ministries.
Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Well, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder for the acceptance of the financial statements. And I'll first turn to the speaker to my right.
Hello, Patrick Harriet, Region 1, and also Treasurer. So I would like to move the acceptance of the financial statements.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? And I'll recognize my speaker to my left.
Yeah, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair, I'll second.
Thank you very much. So we have the motion to accept the financial statements. Is there any discussion on that? Not seeing anything online. No. All right. Then again, we're going to go for my favorite two letters you see here. Is there any objection to the adoption of or the acceptance, I should say, of the financial statements as presented? If there's, again, just quick hand up. If there's any objection, we'll go to a full vote. But either online or in the room, not seeing any yet. Nothing online. Going once, going twice. All right, so by unanimous consent, the financial statements are accepted.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Yes, and for the next portion, yes. Well, and thank you very much. So we will be moving in just a moment to the appointment of the auditors for next fiscal year. And we'll just wait for our current auditor to... I think that's the pattern you've established since 2011. But we're not rushing you out.
Could we have the text of the motion to appoint the auditors for next year on the screen, please, when ready?
All right, at this time, I will invite a mover and seconder for the appointment of auditors for next fiscal year. And again, I will turn first to my right.
Hello again, Patrick Harriott, Region 1 Director. I would like to move Manning Elliott be reappointed as our auditor for the subsequent year.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Oh, and I see...
Betty Ann McTonnell, Nicola Valley District Métis, I second.
Thank you very much. So it is open for discussion on the appointment or the motion that's before you. Anything, anyone wishing to speak to that motion? Anyone online raising their hand? Not yet. That's fine. Give everyone a second. All right, not seeing any discussion. Again, I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Oh, can we put the wording back on when we get a second? Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion that was moved by Minister Harriott? Any objection, just raise your hand quickly, and otherwise we'll go to a full vote. Nothing online. No hands. All right, so the motion is adopted by unanimous consent. The appointment of our auditors for next fiscal year. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, at this time, I will turn it over to our CEO, CEO Trudeau. Oh, she'll be here in just a moment. So, just to make sure, oh, yes, we had to switch, I forgot that. So we'll adopt the minutes first, or we potentially will. So if we look to review and adoption of the 2022 AGM minutes, those are located in your kit, and I'm just going to find that page, page 5. So you'll see at page 5 the minutes. Hopefully people have had an opportunity to review those previously. I believe those were included in the notice on the website originally. I'm seeing my clerk nodding yes. So when ready, I will ask for someone to move the adoption of the AGM or the 2022 AGM minutes and a seconder for that. And then we can, once it's properly before the assembly, we can have the discussion. Do I have a mover for the adoption of the 2022 AGM minutes? I see speaker to my left.
Greg Stanwood, Region 2. I would move that the minutes be adopted.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Go ahead.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association, I second.
Thank you very much. So now we do have the 2022 AGM minutes properly before the assembly. Again, starting at page 5 of the kit. Are there any corrections, omissions, or issues with the draft minutes? Not seeing anyone rush up yet. Was that an objection?
Sounded objectionable.
Mert, now I need to check my my blood pressure after that one. I didn't know where that one was coming from. Not seeing any discussion or any corrections, then I will again, my favorite two letters in these types of situations for unanimous consent, UC. Is there any objection to the adoption of the 2022 AGM minutes? Any objection? Nothing coming up online. I'm not seeing or hearing any objection in the room. 5 more seconds. Thank you very much, everybody. The 2022 AGM minutes are adopted. And at this time, I do see we have CEO Trudeau. And so we will turn it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Tanse, everyone. Hello. So I would like to just invite up our senior leadership team that is in attendance at the AGM. So Sasha, Brent, Anna, to join John and I up here. Okay. Sasha will join when she's here. And I know that I am keeping all of you from break and our fun-filled reception, but I will try to move through my presentation as swiftly as possible. But I do have a few pieces that I want to touch on. So first off, for those who may not know me, Tanse Dinishna Kashun Colette Trudeau. Hello, my name is Colette Trudeau. I am first and foremost a proud citizen of Métis Nation, British Columbia. My family names are Hamlin, Carrier, Vandel, Beaudry. Always happy to find cousins in the room, and I know I have a few in here. I'd also like to introduce our amazing senior leadership team. I have Brent Weberg, our COO, Anna Mayone, our CFO, John Beaker, our CGO, and Sasha Hobbs, who is outside of the room at the moment, who is our Chief Strategy Officer. I am incredibly proud and honored to work with these incredible, incredible people. Before I jump into my report, I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. The first one being just recognizing that, like many of you, we watched with dismay as hateful protests were held across the country around the way our schools instruct students about gender identity and sexuality. At MNBC, we value equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, and strongly support the advancement of SOGI education and rights. To those in our 2S LGBTQIA+ community, I want to reaffirm that you are vital to our nation. And we support you, and it is unwavering. Our nation is a place where we should be celebrating our uniqueness and recognize it, and that makes us stronger, innovative, and all around awesome. We will fight endlessly against discrimination of all forms, and all are welcome. I also want to comment, our head office is located in Surrey, and many of the communities, First Nations communities that share that unceded territory are from the Stolo communities. And yesterday they announced 158 children died from residential school and historically segregated hospitals in the Fraser Valley. We just want to share that our hearts go out to those communities and those children. So as I enter into my AGM report, I want to say how proud I am and how honored I am to be bringing forward this report of not my work, the collective work of Métis Nation British Columbia. And like I said, we have such an incredible team, and I am so honored to serve as CEO. So I'd like to start out with our Ministry of Children and Families. The Ministry of Children and Families receive funding from Indigenous Services Canada to make recommendations in relation to children and family services and to exercise jurisdiction. MNBC is constantly being asked by government who authorizes us to act on behalf of Métis children in care. It comes as no surprise that we have over 750 Métis kids in the child welfare system in BC. And so if we do not stand up for our children, others are going to come in and are going to do it for us and without us. So I really think it's of critical importance that we keep the child at the center and that we advocate and we let everyone know that our children belong with our nation and our communities. MNBC has informed the province that we are seeking designation as the representative for Métis children, youth, and families within the child welfare system. We are also offering supports to Métis families that include food security, adoption, cultural planning, and connection to programs and services. For our Ministry of Citizenship, I will highlight, this is my little girl when she first got her citizenship. I'm on the road quite a bit doing work for the nation, and so just being able to see her during my presentation means a lot to me, and knowing how incredible it is for her to grow up with our nation, with our communities, with our elders, and know who she is means the world to me. And the work that our citizenship ministry is doing is incredible too. We have conducted the first audit of the Citizenship Registry under Article 6 of the MNBC legislation, which was passed in 2022. We're continuing to build relationships with charter communities through town halls and leadership gatherings. We have created a new citizenship relationship management system for MNBC. And I know over the years we've often shared what the processing time is of citizenship. At this time, we are at 36 weeks, and with the new CRM, we are going to continue to decrease those timelines for completed applications. Our Ministry of Community Services is a newer ministry, and they have been doing incredible work alongside our chartered communities. They have created and facilitated monthly regional leadership meetings to discuss ongoing issues and successes. They have scheduled and facilitated the senior leadership tour meetings in almost all of the regions. I want to just express my sincere gratitude to all of the presidents and community leaders that traveled to a certain community in their region and sat down with members of the team. We are listening, we appreciate your feedback, and we are actively working to enact and action what we've heard. And my intention is to continue to have those sessions moving forward because they are so helpful to make sure that we are hearing your voices, that we're building relationships between MNBC's operational arm and our communities. We've also hired a community services manager and 6 coordinators to ensure each region will have support. And this is incredible. I'm so thrilled that we finally have full capacity in community services because we know how much they support the relationship between MNBC and our communities. For Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Language, Canadian Heritage has committed $5.2 million over 5 years to MNBC to support our Michif language revitalization work. The ministry has been working with and building relationships with fluid speakers, and we are creating new resources and innovative solutions for the upcoming year. We're also, as mentioned earlier, in the fall, we'll be launching our Amelia Douglas Institute, and we look forward to putting out the invitation when we are ready to open up that incredible space. We get to see it come together at our head office, and it's going to be incredible. We've also hosted a number of Métis heritage art workshops and showcased stunning exhibitions created by Métis citizens at our head office. Our Ministry of Early Learning and Education, they announced the expansion of our connections to secondary years. We noticed that there were children that were slipping through the cracks, and so we've been able to create the secondary years program for children ages 13 to 18. We've also introduced Learning Together, which is a guide to accompany resources to support Métis and non-Métis early learning and childcare professionals to integrate Métis content and pedagogy into their work with young children. For IT and digital government, we've recruited IT personnel, and they have been doing such an incredible work to secure MNBC, all of our data, and they continue to do incredible work. We've also implemented redundancy in critical systems to ensure continuous operations in the case of hardware failures. For communications, all videos and photography have been brought in-house, and we are so proud of the quality and caliber of the work that our communications team has been doing. They've worked with multiple ministries to create cohesive and inclusive outgoing materials while creating more centralized information. I've put my favorite show that we do up on the screen. You may notice the host is sitting up here. If you have not watched Métis, it's fantastic. I think the Cribs episode was my favorite at Batoche. Also wanted to note that we continue to see an increase in engagement, followers, likes on all of our social platforms. So we really are getting out there and engaging people in the content of Métis Nation BC. And we had a video that went to some degree viral around Métis Superstitions Part 3. It had over 45,000 views and over 3,000 likes. For our Ministry of Elders and our Ministry of Veterans, there's an elders gathering that we did have to reschedule due to the wildfire emergencies across the province, but that will be held in spring of 2024. And really looking forward to having our elders come together, socialize, share stories, and really get back on the land. And I know so many of our elders committee is in this room and have really been such an important part of bringing that together. For our Ministry of Veterans, they are going to be having their wellness gathering in October at Spirit Ridge. And our Métis Veterans BC committee has also invited Métis youth to attend alongside them. For governance, we've developed information sessions on core governance principles for chartered communities. John has been making his way out to communities, and that will be offered on a more elevated opportunity for communities to get governance training. Sessions held with 4 communities to date, and we also held our first in-person MNGA since 2019, which was really, really incredible. I know every time we all come together, it feels like home. We're all family, and so it fills everybody's cup. For the Ministry of Métis Rights and Métis Justice and Ministry of Justice, we've continued to do our Section 35 research project, and the team has been out conducting successful non-consecutive weeks in the field. We've been working collaboratively with BC and successfully negotiated a completed justice strategy that was submitted to the provincial cabinet in May of 2023. We are waiting still for that to move through the provincial cabinet, and we are continuing to advocate to see that go through. We've also achieved our goal to have MNBC specific measure in Canada's UNDA action plan, which is incredible. Our Métis rights team did such a wonderful job negotiating with Canada to make UNDA measure specific to MNBC. Without a self-government agreement in place, this was critical to ensure that we can continue to do our work with Canada, continue to execute agreements, and ensure that programs and services continue for MNBC. For our Ministry of ECDev and Tourism, we are in the process of developing a strategic plan. So we heard about some of our joint ventures that are creating some additional funding for MNBC and for our communities, and we need to continue to do that to create sustainability for our nation. So we have a wonderful new director of ECDev, Stuart Dixon, and we're looking forward to continuing to move that portfolio forward. Finance, so we just went through our audit financials. We have an incredible finance team. They have been increasing their transaction by 300%, which reflects the programs and services that MNBC is delivering. Strengthened our financial team, so building a capable and competent financial workforce and ensuring financial compliance, so continuing with dedicated individuals to review programs and services and conducting internal audits. What I do want to share is that MNBC over the past year has processed $2.6 million in funding directly to Métis chartered communities. Environmental protection, agriculture, and food sovereignty. So as President Smith had noted, we have added 2 new ministries. I know Minister Flamond is very passionate about this portfolio and is doing a really great job getting it off the ground. Our team has released a report based off data from the Climate Change and Food Access Survey that helps to provide a holistic understanding of Métis food needs and climate-related concerns. MNBC purchased and delivered a whole lot of emergency preparedness kits, so they're for 72-hour emergency preparedness to families across the province, and quickly distributed small grants to those communities that were impacted by wildfire evacuations and other emergencies. For our Ministry of Health, MNBC's Health Experience Program supports Métis across BC with advocacy to find appropriate alternatives to the health complaints and feedback process that are inclusive of Métis. The Health Experience Program has supported 6 individuals to have their truths told and stories heard, and is open and ready to receive additional experiences. Between October 2022 and July 2023, MNBC's regional health coordinators supported 420 service requests from Métis across BC, primarily supporting resource navigation and referrals to service providers. MNBC signed an LOU with the Provincial Health Services Authority as well. So as part of the task team on In Plain Sight, our goal was to sign LOUs or MOUs with every single health authority in BC, and with signing with the PHSA, we have finally signed with all of the health authorities, and that is because our Ministry of Health team is so incredible. For mental health and harm reduction, MNBC's regional mental health navigators support Métis individuals to navigate mental health and substance use resources. Additionally, they work with local community and health authority partners to hold space and advocate for the inclusion of Métis in all work. In partnership with LivingWorks, Mental Health and Harm Reduction is working to expand community-based training and mental health promotion through suicide prevention courses. Also, we continue to offer our Métis Counseling Connection and have assisted 500 individuals to date. So this was one I was not fully emotionally prepared to go through, but Métis Nation British Columbia has consistently called for action to improve mental health and wellness services for Métis in BC. The continued loss of life due to the lack of culturally safe wellness services has a devastating effect for Métis communities. MNBC will continue to develop relationships with health partners to promote a distinctions-based approach to mental health and wellness services and begin the journey of healing within Métis communities. With the consent of the family, in October 2022, a young woman lost her life after seeking substance abuse recovery treatment and experiencing culturally unsafe care. Naomi was just 22 when she passed. As shared by her mother, Naomi identified as a daughter, granddaughter, sister, niece, friend, aunt, as Métis, and so much more. Naomi had recently taken the first step in changing her life in a way that was meaningful for her when she passed. Naomi was a vibrant, beautiful, fierce protector. She fought endlessly for what she believed in and would want her story shared. As part of a pathway to hope, MNBC, the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, and the Ministry of Health are committed to exploring a long-term health and wellness partnership that recognizes the unique priorities, interests, and perspectives of Métis people in BC. In seeking to honor Naomi's story and legacy, and to ensure this tragic pattern of loss no longer continues, MNBC's Ministry of Mental Health and Harm Reduction and Ministry of Health are working collaboratively to develop Naomi's Principle, a community-driven initiative advocating for and detailing the unequivocal need for Métis-led substance use and recovery services. In addition, Naomi's Principle will focus on ensuring all Métis in British Columbia have equitable access to culturally safe health, wellness, and harm reduction supports and services that are free from discrimination and promote their cultural, mental, emotional, physical, financial, environmental, social, and spiritual wellness, and are available when and where they need them. Within our Department of People and Culture, we are undertaking the redevelopment of our employee handbook to modernize, improve, and address gaps in our HR policy. We have an incredible team of HR professionals, and we are so proud to have them. Before the end of 2023, MNBC will be implementing a payroll, HR, and workforce management software to support our MNBC staff. We're getting with the times finally, which is very exciting. And MNBC has been accredited as a living wage employer. I also want to note that we are continuing to diversify where our staff are located. So I put up a little chart, and although we still have a huge majority of our staff at head office, we have a larger proportion that's now in Region 1, Region 3, and we're starting to see the numbers from Region 4 to 7 increase. We have worked on our hybrid agreements with our staff so that we can truly be supporting Métis individuals, allied individuals who want to come and work for the nation and do this really purposeful work. So we have been doing incredible work in this area, and we will continue to see the contingency of our incredible, diverse employee group across this province. So Ministry of Housing and Homelessness, and I will continue to move through this as quickly as possible, but there's so much incredible work, and I do want to make sure that I direct you all to the reports in your booklets. You will be able to see all of everyone's reports. We went for the top highlights, but you'll be able to get a more fulsome understanding by going through the booklets. And if you do not have one of our AGM books, they are available, and so just head back out and they have somewhere you registered. They do. I just had confirmation that they do. Yeah. So updated, new, and in progress housing and homelessness support programs, updated program eligibility criteria to ensure the people in the most need receive supports. We've launched a Welcome Home Kit program, which supports Métis people with a history of homelessness by providing the essentials required to build a future in their new home. Launched in early 2024, a new Métis Tenant Advocate program, I think that's 2023, my apologies, to help renters who are facing eviction or other conflicts with their landlord, and completed the Social Infrastructure and Facilities Master Plan. And I want to thank all of the communities who participated in that, those engagement sessions. IGR, Intergovernmental Relations, launched a comprehensive province-wide meeting program to ensure our 7 regional directors have direct ongoing relationships with their local MLAs, MPs, both government and official opposition. This has been ongoing and has just been an incredible opportunity. I know Louis recently had his Region 2 meetings, and it was so lovely to see one of the MPs educating another MP about Métis Nation BC, so it is working. We also hosted the only Indigenous hospitality suite at the Liberal Party convention this past year and recently attended the Conservative convention. I will tell you that going to these conventions are such a great way to get in front of MPs in an informal way, where we're not having to go and seek out meetings based on their general schedule. We're actually able to pull them aside, sit them down, grab them as they're at their somebody's hospitality suite and start telling them about how great we are and how they need to recognize Métis people in BC. And so it's such a fantastic opportunity and really truly creates wonderful relationships with MPs who are ready to share our story as well. In terms of operations and administration, successfully renovated and relocated our Fort St. John office as well as our Terrace office. These new offices have been designed with a modern, welcoming storefront location. I will say our regional offices needed some love, and this was a really great step to make sure that all of our offices are branded appropriately, have the newest information, and look and feel, because we want to make sure that all of our regional offices feel just as cozy and comfortable as our head office. We've also created and renovated the Amelia Douglas Institute, which again is going to be opening this fall. For our STEPS program, with additional funding from the remaining COVID-19 dollars, STEPS was able to support a record number of citizens in their educational employment pursuits. We know that it is never enough. We know that we have a lot of need and a lot of students who require support, and we are continuing to advocate. And I will say we had a meeting with Minister Selena Robinson where we brought in STEPS clients to be able to share their stories about the impact of the funding. And she was in tears because this funding is life-changing. And so I recognize that we've had different experiences across our communities, but we continue to advocate and will continue to ensure that we continue to increase the funding, because we know the need is so high. STEPS capacity has increased with additional staff to better address citizens' needs. This includes the addition of an employer relations team. And additional funding has included new programming and initiatives around Van City, Wealth Mindset Program, student scholarships, and the development of a Métis-led post-secondary institute. For our Ministry of Sport and Active Living, we reignited our relationship with iSpark and created a partnership with the Whitecaps. And we've actually continued to build relationships. We've been attending different events with BC Lions as well. And so really continuing to do that outreach to different sports teams to increase the connection. We participated in the Bannock hockey tournament at MNC's 40th anniversary. So we had a number of hockey players go to Ottawa and play in that game. And my understanding is we won. And we supported healthy living and sports for over 250 individuals with an active living grant. Our Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, gender-based violence consultation was held in May for 36 women representatives, staff and facilitators to help inform the province's gender-based violence action plan from a Métis perspective. The It's Time for Two-Spirit Reconciliation report was released in June and contains a series of recommendations gathered through the Two Worlds Two-Spirit Gathering and online survey. For our Ministry of Youth, June saw another successful Yeti cohort, and that is a 3-week course. 37 youth have completed this course, building confidence, gaining skills for life and work, and preparing for employment. We also held a successful Michif language camp in Strathcona Parks Lodge, and 35 individuals were in attendance. So this is a really exciting piece for us, and again, President Smith noted this, but we have launched our new strategic plan, Ka'is e Natama Ota Ati Nigan. And I may have not done a great job, but that's how it's phonetically said. Which means our way forward. And so this strategic plan was really, it came to fruition through conversations with our board. And their interest in really ensuring that there was a collaborative approach that involved the board, our staff, and with our nation in mind, and really taking a new look at our cultural values, our mission, our vision, who we are at Métis Nation British Columbia. And so our way forward is really the bringing together of our operations and governance, and putting it into this incredible package that, again, refreshes who we are as a Métis government. We are listening and continue to learn as we respond to the needs of our more than 24,000 citizens, and this strategic plan for our Métis government is designed to bring our compelling vision to life for all Métis in BC and to support socioeconomic reconciliation and the well-being of Métis citizens, children, families, and communities into the 21st century and beyond. Where you can also find an AGM booklet. If you do not have one, you will also be able to find a printout of our new strategic plan. And so I do encourage everyone to pick it up, but I do want to talk a little bit to our new Métis cultural values, which have also all been translated into Michif. But what we live by now through our new strategic plan is our new Métis cultural values. They are not new, they are who we are, but in terms of new values for MNBC, it's quite exciting because this really helps inform our corporate culture and how we treat each other. And so our cultural values are integrity, kindness, innovation, respect, teamwork, humility, and resilience. And we plan to live this every single day in the work that we do. MNBC's new vision is Métis Nation British Columbia envisions a future where Métis people, communities, and children thrive. We are connected to our rich Métis culture, heritage, and language. We achieve strong socioeconomic outcomes, and our Métis rights as an Indigenous people are recognized. In terms of our mission, as the Métis government in British Columbia, we represent Métis citizens and promote the rights, recognition, priorities, and interests of all Métis in BC. We create opportunities for our people, communities, and children to flourish and work to ensure access to a range of programs and services to bridge socioeconomic gaps and increase overall well-being for Métis in BC. We've also looked at the goals of the nation. And so when our staff are doing their operational work, we are thinking about how we are achieving the goals of the nation. So those goals are promote Métis rights and recognition and achieve jurisdiction for our children. Promote cultural revitalization and cultural wellness. Pursue socioeconomic reconciliation. Support Métis chartered communities. Generate core capacity, infrastructure, and economic development, and develop and restore respectful relationships and partnerships. The strategic plan, as I said, provides additional details, and I really do recommend that everyone pick up a copy. I'm now going to invite up Walter Minot, and do we have Philip in the room as well? And I'd like to invite up Lisa as well. So I am very, very lucky, and I'm trying to look in the room to make sure, yes, there she is. There she is. So Tracy Thornhill is a pillar at MNBC. We all love Tracy so much. And she has been with us for 25 years. And we have done some pieces where we have honored Tracy in office through a message, but Tracy has been a part of these AGMs. She has been a part of our community. She has always brought so much love and kindness and skill to everything that she does. She has been through so much and has stuck with our nation. And honestly, I am so privileged to not just call her a colleague, but a really dear friend that I love and adore to the moon and back. And so we really want to take this opportunity to honor Tracy in front of all of you and just thank her for everything she has done for Métis Nation BC.
Man, I hope I don't get emotional here. I've been in this organization for a lot of years off and on. When I first started in 1996, I was a local president in Pooskoopi. At that time, Tracy was one of our very, very first employees that were hired with, back then we were Métis Provincial Council of BC. She's put a lot of time, a lot of energy in helping all our citizens, helping our leadership move along. As like, jeez, I'm getting choked here, sorry. Colette has stated she's been a pillar of our organization and our government. She's been with us all these years. She's dedicated a lot of her own time, her own energy to help, not just to answer calls from our local presidents, but our local community members for a lot of years. Her phone line has always been open to help. Even when we moved her into different departments, when she'd get calls from local presidents, local communities, she would always step up and help. She did what she can, and she still continues to do that today. So at this time, I'd like to honor Tracy with an award that we had made. It is, if you would come up, Trace. We put a sash on here, as well as a Louis Riel coin. We got this made up in Dawson Creek, and it reads, in honor of 25 years. There can be no greater gift than that of giving one's time and energy to help others without expectations or anything in return. Thank you, Tracy Thornhill, for all your dedication to the Métis citizens of British Columbia.
Can I just like? God, how do I say thank you? I was just talking to Gabby today and a couple of my other colleagues about this very thing. When I started 27 years ago, actually, I had to take a leave for 2 years, but I started as a receptionist, and I used to take calls that were so heartbreaking, so brutal about our communities not having anything, not having the capacity to simply just be caring community leaders in their communities and for their people. And I thought, I'm going to be here the day that this is not the phone calls that we receive. I'm here because of all of you, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, they're safe. David wants one more photo. Thank you.
Thank you. I love you all.
Thank you. It wouldn't have felt right to not take that time, and so thank you, everyone. Tracy is amazing. As are all of our staff, and so just bringing my presentation to a close, I am so honored to be in service to all of you. So honored to work with our incredible team of staff, and I just thank you every day for giving me an opportunity to do this work for my nation. So merci, everyone.
Thank you, Colette. Wow, that was really powerful. I get the pleasure of dismissing us all very soon. We were supposed to have a Q&A with Colette, but we are mindful of the time. It's almost 5 o'clock and that people have shuttles to catch. So we are going to move the Q&A and move that in with the town hall tomorrow morning. And hope that you will all be back here bright and early to ask questions, if that's okay with you, Colette?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. You probably didn't think I had a voice, right? Here I am. So I do believe that there is a...
Delegates, so the representatives from each charter community, you will be gifted a couple of drink tickets. Please pick them up at the citizen registration desk outside.
So, merci everybody, and have a good night.